evening. Now I'm going to have to turn that round. Hang on 1 second. That looks a bit better. Yeah, that's great. Hi everyone. I am live on as many platforms as it is possible to be live on. I am live on Instagram and on Facebook and on YouTube. Hello everyone. Hello, I've got some lovely ones on the line already. That's amazing. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining Bloom Chakra Healing Tarot. This is Sasha Wallace. I am your green goddess for this evening, and I'm going to be sharing with you some really interesting, fun, intuitive ideas tonight, intuitive guidance on this so auspicious and special day. It is the Sagittarius full moon today, and it is also the lunar eclipse as well. So we have an incredible amount of lunar energy pouring down on us this evening. And that's why I've decided to do episode 4 of this beautiful journey that we are traveling on together. And it is June the 5th, 2020, as I'm recording this. Let me just see if I can rearrange. That's just a little bit better for Instagram. There we are. That's a bit better. Okay, so I am trying to go live on all platforms for a range of reasons. When I went live on episode 3 on Facebook, it was really cutting out. It was like sort of jumping. So those recordings were quite marred by that, I think. There is a lovely, clear connection on YouTube. There's a completely clear video of each episodes 1, 2, and 3, so that you can go and check those out as well. But I just thought tonight, there's so much going on in the world. I want to connect and reach out to so many of you that I thought, why not actually bring my Instagram family online as well? They are actually all, really following this amazing journey as well, as are my crew on Facebook. And obviously my crew on YouTube, of which, I've got so many beautiful members of my spirit family, my spirit community, already here on the line, on the live, and also, are out there, on this journey with me. So it is awesome to have so many people in the collective connecting in for themselves, connecting in to follow the rest of this story as it plays out, and just to kind of be part of this global energy that we're all in. It's been a really difficult couple of weeks. I know that there's a lot of people in pain out there at the moment. A lot of people questioning their place in the world, and other people judging others' place in the world, and that's causing a lot of dense, tense, and painful energy for a lot of people. And I just want to allow us to come together in the light. Hi there, guys. That's so nice of you to be here on the chat, on this lovely reading with me. I just want us to take this time to just remember that we all do have this global family. We all do have this incredible connection with each other, no matter how many miles, how many oceans divide us. We are not divided. We are actually together as one in one big family. And that is, hi there, Jenny on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining. I am, and hi Cameron, I can see you're watching too, that's awesome. So yeah, just remember that no matter how far and distant it has seemed like you've been from your loved ones at times, you know, not just the last 2 weeks, obviously the last couple of months have been really strange for everybody, and it's just really escalated and got to a really heated point in this last 2 weeks. And you know, my love, my heart, my thoughts go out to everybody that is affected by this at the moment. I mean, I feel like the whole world is affected by all of this, whatever side or whichever, you know, side of the argument or the protest you feel like you're on. We are all in this together. Like, there is really no separation. We're all coming at it out of a sense of feeling that disconnection, and it's about regaining that sense of connection that's so important for all of us, for all of our evolution, and for the healing of this beautiful planet and everybody along there with her. So I really hope that we can use some of this amazing lunar energy tonight to bring, you know, the positive, constructive energy of fire with Sagittarius. You know, fire's been used in such a destructive way at the moment. And, you know, and it's relevant. It makes sense. You know, people feel fired up. They feel fiery. They've got this fire in their heart and this fire in their belly about what's going on. And, you know, fire represents that a lot. You know, it represents for people this tearing down, this destruction of a town or a community that doesn't look after them. And this is it's a very, you know, causing all these fires. It is a very visceral way to bring a statement to what you're doing. But what it's also doing is it's fueling the fire. It's fueling the argument for a lot of others. And, you know, it's causing danger, and it's causing a difficult situation to become now really dangerous and worrisome for people. And there is amazing people out there trying to support those that are being affected by the fires, or trying to protect properties, especially you know, organizations that are you know, protecting the vulnerable at the moment. I watched a beautiful video with Narco and his like native brethren talking about the support they've been giving to you know, all of these states that are you know, under so much difficulty at the moment. And I send out my love and my light to all of those people that are working on the front line, whether it's officially or just as part of your community. I send you my love and my healing, and I hope that you can stay safe in these times and bring your positive fire to these times. Don't get drawn into the negativity. Don't get swayed from your truth, whatever that truth is, by the way the media portrays it, or the way that anyone else might portray it. The way it feels for you is just okay. That's right, and it, you know, it doesn't need to be anything more than what you genuinely feel inside. So stay safe, everybody, wherever you're doing or however you are engaging with this, even if it's online. Remember how much fire and vitriol it is possible to spread online very, very quickly, and people feel very helpless in a situation like this. So what happens is that they're directing and channeling all of that negative energy out online, and people are getting triggered and set off by the, you know, by a lot of things being said, and you know, let's not let's not succumb to the fear. Let's not get to the place where we're just creating more and more problems that we can't get out of. So let's just keep an eye on our own emotions, on our own behaviors, how we're talking to people, how we are listening and respecting and acknowledging the other views that people hold. I think that's a really key thing. We might not always know what to say, but I think it's really important that we hold back on jumping in and reacting until we've really been sure that we've listened to that other side and we've understood where people are coming from. Because I think this is really at the heart of it. It's the sense of not being heard, not being appreciated, not being respected, not being given your rights. And listening to our fellow brothers and sisters is where that starts. It's where that work begins. So let's just take like a few nice deep breaths just to connect in wherever you are in the world. I want to thank you for sharing your energy with me, for bringing your lovely energy and light to this space. Whether you are here live or you are watching it afterwards, your energy is welcomed, it is important, and it is needed at this time. I thank you for listening, for being patient, for being open to come and listen to this story, for being present, and for looking after one another. That's the greatest thing that we can all do now, is look after each other and look after ourselves. And then we'll all be okay. And I thank my guides, my ancestors, my spirit animals, my angels, my guardians, my protectors, and my higher self. Thank you for allowing me to be a channel, to bring these messages out for the collective, to get these messages to those that really, really need to hear them. Even if they don't know that they're seeking, there might be answers here. There might be guidance here for you. And you might feel like it could be guidance for someone that you know. So please feel free to share this message, circulate it, share the video. Even if it doesn't resonate for you, it might resonate for somebody else. So just by leaving a comment or a like, even if you have to put the thumbs down on the video because it isn't really your deal, that's cool. Like maybe that will just help the algorithm spread it out to someone else who really, really needs it. So thank you so much for actually engaging with this process and being a real part of what's happening. This is going to be a beautiful intuitive tarot reading. So we are going to be looking at some amazing tarot tonight and the next part of this incredible story. Tonight we are doing episode 4. Episode 4 is titled Ophiuchus and Cetus. Many of you that have engaged with the first few episodes of this amazing series will know that do you know what? I'm just going to bring that, if I can do it without knocking all the cameras over. I'm just going to do that. And then I'm not, hopefully, going to be changing position too much. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay. Hey AJ. Hey AJ. So nice of you to join. Amazing to have so many people on these different platforms. So thank you so much. We are live on Instagram, live on Facebook, and live on YouTube, and live around the world. And it's really amazing to have you all here. The first 3 episodes were specifically titled Ophiuchus, the 13th zodiac sign. Ophiuchus being the serpent bearer, who we've been discovering and journeying with in this story. And tonight's episode is called Ophiuchus and Cetus, because on my journey to discover and explore the lost 13th zodiac sign, I've been coming across this sea monster that appears again and again in all these different myths and legends and art and scriptures. Features very heavily in the scriptures, this sea monster. And we shall look at a little bit of the stories around, you know, how they play out and how they weave and play into this story. I'll show you very quickly. This is my latest image of the zodiac clock, and this is, many of you will recognize, this is all of the zodiac signs, all of the constellations included in a sort of clock diagram. And what a lot of astrologers do when they're talking about Ophiuchus, and in fact, in my initial dealings with it, I made this same suggestion, that what we needed was to actually, if you're including these other star signs, then you have to shift the clock and actually shift the whole wheel, and every other zodiac sign gets shifted forward. And actually, that's not what is necessary. Like, that's what's caused a lot of consternation when astrologers have tried to talk about this, because they've ended up shuffling all the other zodiacs forward, and that's caused a big problem for people that are very connected to their sign. Well, actually, when I looked into it, I realized that there was no shuffling forward necessary. You don't actually need to, let me do it that way. So you don't actually need to move anybody forward. So Cetus actually sits between, so Cetus is here. Hopefully you can see that. Cetus is the sea monster. And they actually appear between May the 12th and June the 6th, which is, June the 6th is tomorrow. So we are actually in Cetus time at the moment, this Cetus energy. Now, Taurus actually kicks in April the 20th. To May the 20th. But Cetus actually just beautifully overlaps. There's no need to kind of like shift them along. So Cetus just sits perfectly between there, and you may actually have like a dual energy coming from Taurus and Cetus at this time. You know, Cetus, as I believe, is one of these early pantheon energies and spirits of our very origins, and the bull is so connected to our early origins as well, as is the ram. The ram and the bull, with their beautiful spiral horns, are a great symbolic representation of our early origins. So I love the fact that Cetus actually sits in between these two very masculine energies. We've actually now got this lovely feminine energy, and I see her as a feminine energy because she is water. She is a sea monster. Water is a feminine energy, and for me, it just gives this really nice balance. And our other character is Ophiuchus, which is this one here. As I bring it closer to you all, let's see if you can see that there. So this is Ophiuchus. No, you can't see it. Ophiuchus is the serpent bearer. Two snakes intertwined around either the caduceus or Asclepius, or here I've done it as an ankh. So I've actually just created an ankh because I believe that's a fundamental aspect of our initiation and creation as well. So Ophiuchus is November the 30th to December the 18th. which again, it cuts in halfway between, it sort of enters, its energy enters halfway at the end of Scorpio and halfway into Sagittarius. And this is not necessarily, again, needing to shift up any of the zodiacs. It's just a lovely complementary energy, and actually one that I believe is resonant for every single human being. So every single human being, and quite likely the animals as well, but this is very much a human journey we're taking tonight. And this is Ophiuchus is very much who we've been studying and taking some of these cues for the story. So you can find this image saved on my Facebook page and my Instagram. If you want to go and have a closer look, you're welcome to download it. We shall put that there for a little while. And I'm going to quickly introduce some cards that came out as I was shuffling. And I was shuffling with the Queen of the Moon Oracle, first of all, this evening. And we had some really interesting cards come through. So release was the first one. Queen of the Moon Oracle, this is number 27. Waning Crescent, release. You see that there? Release. Hi there, everyone that's joining. So nice to have people on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. Welcome. So we have release, number 27. And we have next one that came out was focus and pleasure. Well, we actually had 6 come out, but these felt like they were really connected. So we've got focus and pleasure. Focus and pleasure. I feel like release and focus and pleasure are all part of this same cycle. They're all part of this one. It's kind of like release and focus. They come. Which way round do they go for you? Is it a focus within first, which brings the release? Or is it a release of everything that allows the focus to come in? I quite like that definitely the pleasure is the outcome. Definitely whichever way you go through this journey, pleasure is what follows. So, and so much of this journey, so much of this story, as we look outside, as we look at all these archetypes, as we look at this art and scripture and interesting fable and mythology around all these characters, the beautiful thing is it brings us back literally to ourselves again and again, that inward journey, that inward place of, hi Sam, so nice to have you on the call. You are live on Facebook and on Instagram and on YouTube with me right now. It's amazing to have you here. So these are all internal journeys. These are all an internal journey that we take. releasing old negative habits, releasing old paradigms, old ways of being that no longer serve us, bringing that focus. So this is a very, release is a very internal journey. And there's a cat appearing in the background. And then focus, bringing that inner awareness into that close stillness inside brings transformation. It's beautiful, actually, this card focus. It's like she's been in this bubble of water, this bubble that was filled with water, like she was choking or drowning, unable to breathe. And yet there's this kind of washing away, like the water suddenly washing away, and what's appearing in its place is the butterfly. Okay, that's okay. And it's really lovely. Like, we'll come back to this later as we sort of explore the masculine and the feminine. But what we've been talking about is this balancing of the masculine and the feminine within each human being. And we have this balancing of the left eye, the left side of your body, and the left eye being your feminine side and feminine aspect, and the right side of your body and your right eye is the sun and is your masculine aspect. And the masculine aspect is represented by fire and air, and the feminine aspect is represented by water and earth. And what's really beautiful is that you've got this kind of like north and south represented here. And the south is the water and the north is kind of like the fire and the air. So it's almost like this card is already showing us a little clue of where our journey's been taking us and where it's taking us again. And there's this just magical illumination that comes with focus. Magical transformation from illumination. And we had extremes. Extremes. Now this is the moon deck, but that's a very fiery moon to me. And obviously that's a masculine in the picture. Or take it how it resonates for you, to be honest. But this is extremes. So this for me is kind of like the twin flames. This is the energy of the twin flames, the masculine, the feminine coming into harmony. Those are the two extremes, the hot and the cold. Hot and cold are just one representation of duality. Everything in our universe is dual. It's a dualistic universe. So hot and cold, for instance, they are the yin to each other's yang. One cannot exist without the other. And so, hot is just the opposite end of the scale to cold. And, everything is governed in our universe along these vibrations along a particular spectrum. And we've, this card has come up quite a lot when we've talked about twin flames in other readings that I've done. So I really like that it's kind of like the fiery sun energy being represented by the moon here. So it's just that masculine energy wanting to be part of the story, as quite rightly they should be. And we had self-reflection. Mirroring, again, mirroring. Everything is a reflection. As above, so below. What is happening down here in the 3D, on the earthly plane, is happening up there in the cosmos, in the solar system, in the universe. Everything is a reflection of everything else. It's about recognizing these reflections. It's about recognizing these different energies that take up residence, that are resident in our spirit body, in our thoughts, in our emotions, and how we can understand, firstly, that if everything's a reflection, see your world as if there is a mirror in front of you. See everything you do as if there is a mirror in front of you, because then it's very easy to realize that everything that you put out into the universe bounces right back off the mirror and bounces to you. So if you are putting out lots of positive energy, lots of light and healing, compassion and forgiveness for others, that is what the universe will give you in return. And likewise, if you are putting out hate and resentment and judgment and racism, homophobia, casting judgment on anyone because of their difference, whether it's a woman, whether they're a woman or a man, whether it's about their race, their sex, their gender, their background, their education, all these judgments that we all carry around with us at some stage in some way. Do recognize that everything that you are thinking, not just saying or making public, but everything that you say comes from an initial thought, an initial vibration of thought. And actually that vibration of thought is just as powerful as the words, as the actions. And so be cautious and be careful that what you're doing is thinking and wishing and manifesting thoughts and emotions for the highest good of yourself and for all. And that anything that you put out that is negative is going to find its way back to you. And likewise, all of that positive energy that you put out is going to find its way back to you as well. And there's so many ways of looking at self-reflection and reflection. But there's clearly these reflected characters on each side of the mirror, wanting to understand and reach that other side, create harmony. And lovely segue with the word create, the last card was creation. Creation. And what's awesome about this one and this is the beaver moon. It says to me, I mean, there's clearly this really beautiful moon sort of emerging from the left side of this character's head. So it's really like this moon is definitely kind of representing that they sit on the left side. And on the other side is this other character, the one sitting with their back to us. Could be a man, could be a woman, doesn't matter. It's not about male and female gender, it's about the energy. And the scrolls represent wisdom, seeking for a greater understanding, a greater knowledge of who they are. It's like they're looking out into space, out into the cosmos, to find themselves. They've recognized that there is a journey to be made, wisdom to be found, and it's out there. But there's very much an internal journey represented here. So we've got release, focus, pleasure, creation, self-reflection, and extremes. So we'll see how these energies play out as we go forward. And I feel like pulling some more cards as well. And I'm wondering, I'm going to go with Thoth, and we're just going to like check in with Thoth first of all. Hi there. Which deck? This one, Karen. This is the hi. This is the Queen of the Moon Oracle, this deck. And in case anyone missed it at the beginning, this is the night of the lunar eclipse and the Sagittarius full moon. So it's a very auspicious night. I'd love to know if anyone's already seeing this this moon where they are in the world, and if it's looking amazing already. All you guys over in America, you might well already be experiencing this beautiful energy. So I bring my energies to bear. I thank my guides, my spirit animals, my guardians, my protectors, my ancestors, my ancient ones, to spread your light and your love and your wisdom as we journey through episode 4 of this story, and help us set the scene for where our journey is taking us this evening. So, interesting. 3 cards very clearly wanted to come out. We've got victory, the 6 of Wands, the 6 of Wands, victory, passion, victory with a passionate project, victory with a new passionate relationship, there's a lot of Egyptian energy coming through, which isn't surprising with Thoth, but there's this beautiful Leo energy. There's a lot of Leo. There's a lot of Jupiter here. There's a lot, we've clearly got the two top ones have a beautiful Egyptian winged symbol at the top, the snakes with the winged bird symbol at the top. And these two ibis birds. So this talks about you bringing into union, very much so. The next card we had was the Princess of Swords. And it's really interesting because the last reading we did, the first card that came out was the not the Second of Swords, the Knight of Swords. And this amazing energy. You know, I feel like she's on a tower, she's on a boat, she's battling. She's trying to kind of clamber her way up. Feminine energy trying to rise from the base, from the root chakra, from the sacral chakra, up to the heart. She's got this energy of green. That's such an energy of the heart. It's like she's lit up by the energy that she's seeking. She is this green beacon of the heart, and she's trying to clamber. But she's got this beautiful air energy. So it's really about her wanting to bring her voice and her truth to this scenario, to this story. The Princess of Truth the Princess of Swords is a go-getter after truth. She brings truth. It can also represent like an apology. The Princess or the Page of Swords can represent that it's overdue for these people, these injustices to be it's overdue for these injustices to be aired. It's time for them to come out into the light. And there is this beautiful sun emerging, almost like the sun is rising as well, to help bring that additional light, that additional energy, to shed light on the situation. So it's like the universe is supporting this energy of bringing the truth out. And the third energy we had was the Knight of Discs, the Knight of Earth. Beautiful, solid energy of the Knight of Earth, which is Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. Princess of Swords represents air, which is Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. And the Six of Wands is fire, representing Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. So I really love this, you know, straight away for me, you've got the masculine and the feminine, the knight and the princess, bookending. You know, they're both facing each other, and we have this beautiful Six of Wands bringing this energy of victory and success in all manners of passion and forward movement. So this is a blessing. This is a confirmation that victory in the bringing together of the masculine and the feminine is going to take place. This is a very positive confirmation that union is what we need. Whether we are talking about the twin flame energy of two individuals coming together, whether it's twin flame, whether it's soulmate, whether it's beloved, your beloved other, your significant other, whoever and however they might manifest in the 3D, there is that relationship. There is that relationship with yourself and another person that is blessed. But also there's this, which is the track and trail of my journey here, is this integration of the masculine and the feminine coming together in union, blessed with the universe. So that's really awesome. So let's put those up here. And can you see that? Okay. So we'll just put these up and I hope you can see that. Okay. And the third one. Okay. Okay, I hope that's possible to see that. Okay. Okay. We might read some of those in a little while. The next thing so let's just explore together Ophiuchus and Cetus in a little bit more detail. And I'll show you some of the characters that have come through. So this is Ophiuchus. This is the serpent bearer. So Ophiuchus is often represented as, I've got his constellation here as well. So Ophiuchus, this is Ophiuchus's constellation in the night sky. And he is represented here as a man, not wrestling, but taming and being at one with this beautiful snake. And another way of reconnecting, I'm just reading what it says on Facebook. Facebook was reconnecting. So Ophiuchus here is the serpent bearer. These two serpents wrapped around each other, intertwined with, as I've been representing through these stories, the left eye is the moon, the right eye is the sun. And this is our human body. So this is a representation of our body. We hold the serpent bearer within us. And it's about this journey that we take as we help clear our chakras, and we open and clear our lower chakras, which helps burst open the heart chakra with all this beautiful compassion and love. And this helps open the gateway of the heart chakra, which allows these beautiful heart branches to open and share this incredible light with the right eye, the sun, the left eye, the moon, and the third branch goes straight up the middle, straight up through the throat chakra and the third eye chakra, out the top of your head through your crown chakra. And this is these two sort of masculine and feminine energies forever trying to come back together. So they are, you know, our Kundalini serpent is held down in our root, in our base chakra, and this energy is desperate to rise up and reach up through all of this Kundalini awakening, so that it can reach up to the third eye and help illuminate us, illuminate our consciousness. And this is the struggle, this journey that the masculine and the feminine are wanting to go on. And Cetus, I've got a really cool picture of Cetus here. Cetus is a sea monster represented in this image as the sea monster that was killed by Perseus. And the idea was that Perseus went off to after having taken Medusa's head, he was then set with this second task of going off to find and kill Cetus and rescue Andromeda. And there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of obvious misguiding and elusive nature to this story, because the way that Medusa appears and the way that Cetus appears seem to flip or take each other's place, or in, you know, a lot of people expect that, you know, he's holding the decapitated head of Medusa in his bag under his arm. He's got this decapitated head of Medusa. Whereas actually in this image, he's not using the decapitated head of Medusa to kill the serpent, as many myths told the story. He's actually using his sword of truth to kill the serpent. So this chopping off of heads that comes up again and again in the mysteries, very much for me represents this splitting of the masculine from the feminine. There was one other pic I was going to show you. So it's really interesting. This is the actual constellation for Perseus and Andromeda. And in the story of Medusa, when Medusa, who is one of our original sacred feminines, when Medusa was actually attacked by Perseus and decapitated, when he cuts off her head, as you can see, this is Perseus and he's cut off her head. What actually occurs is that these two creatures sprung from Medusa's head. These two creatures were actually Pegasus, the winged horse, or winged unicorn, as some might see them, and then Chrysaor is this funny sort of like little body that also escapes. And Chrysaor, when you look at the legend of Medusa, Chrysaor and Pegasus were twins. They were twin brothers, or Chrysaor was the brother and Pegasus was the creature. But when Perseus allegedly takes Medusa's head, Pegasus and Chrysaor, the twin brother, both spring out of Medusa's head. And for me, this is like hugely symbolic of something else that's going on. They were trying to tell us this story without being too obvious. But it's a fairly odd one. If you think about, the way this picture is constructed, it's very odd, surreal. It's a fairly surreal idea in the first place, this idea that this masculine creature, if you like, and the Pegasus, the winged horse, both appear and launch out of Medusa's head. And this has really been sort of, this is where I've been delving into these mysteries to try and understand what is this symbology really telling us, and how can we use this to understand where we're at with our own evolution, with our own integration of masculine and feminine. But essentially, this wholly for me represents that this is how, this is representing this split, this tearing of, bringing the veil down between the masculine and the feminine, whereby they were torn from each other, they were split, sent to their different corners of the world. But actually, there's a really positive way of looking at it, that actually when they tried to kill Medusa, there was so much injustice in what had happened to Medusa. So much needed to be avenged that actually it wasn't her death at all. In fact, when they killed her, they made her more powerful than ever before. It's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. He says, if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. And it's like that they created so much dark karma by what they did to Medusa, that actually when they took her head finally, they created all this energy that came out of the top of it. Winged horse, the twin. It looks like I'm going to have to come back on to, I've got 2 minutes remaining on Instagram. That's cool. I shall just rejoin Instagram in a minute. So there's so many representations. We've got, let me just move these to the side for a minute. So just to give you a few more images. So we've also got the rape of Persephone, or the rape of Proserpina, or Proserpina. This is the beautiful sculpture by Bernini, incredibly esoteric sculptor. And this is another representation, much like Medusa. So the story of Medusa was that actually, far from being this harlot, this seductress, that she was. Hang on, let me just sort out. Download video, share to IGTV. Hang on, let me just. do that. Episode 4, part 1. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to sort out Instagram because it only lets you go live for 1 hour. And we're back on Insta. Okay. So, where were we? So we've just gone through 10110. So yeah, I was talking about Medusa. So the stories that we have of Medusa, you know, she's been misrepresented throughout history as being this harlot, this seductress who would turn men to stone if they looked at her, who was to be feared, who was to be controlled, and who was to be seen as a demon, you know, seen as a gorgon. And all of these stories through history somehow sort of combining all these terrible ideas of who Medusa was as a way of disrespecting and dismantling the beautiful concept of the feminine throughout our history. And the real story is actually much darker and much truer to life. The real story is that Medusa was, let's light some candles. Medusa was actually a beautiful, gentle creature with all these healing powers. And she was incredibly beautiful and incredibly lovely as a spirit. And Zeus really wanted her. And when he advanced upon her, she rejected him and he raped her because he couldn't have her, he took her anyway. And Athena, his wife, sees all of this and she's so jealous of she's so jealous of this beautiful creature that everybody loves, and you know, all these people fall in love with her. Athena's so jealous of this that she's the one that turns Medusa's head into snakes and turns her into a gorgon and turns her whole face into the most scary visage you'll ever see. And it's here that most people hear the first sign of Medusa, of what she was after they did this to her. And then not only that, Athena seduces, I believe, Perseus, makes him go off. She says, you've got to go and take the head of Medusa. And they send him on this quest, and all the gods gave him these different tools and magic implements to help him on his journey. You can see, like, he gets like this everlasting sword that's a bit like Excalibur. He gets this, oh, hang on, the vibrations caused my phone to, let's just put that back there. And he actually has the winged feet and the helmet of Mercury or Apollo. It's not Apollo, he's actually just wearing Apollo's shoes and Apollo's hat. So you can see he's got all these different symbols of being sent on a quest to dismantle, or in fact to, sent on a quest to kill this creature. Little does he realize that actually by doing so, by sort of cutting off her head, he releases all this incredible magical energy. It's like splitting of the atom. All of this power comes out, and it turns Medusa's head into this almighty weapon, and all of this energy is created, probably all of this vengeful energy of all this karmic stuff that they've done. Now sort of creates this ball of burning energy within Medusa's head. And in all of the stories and fables after this point, Perseus uses Medusa's head as a way of killing all these other creatures, such as Cetus, the sea monster, who never seems to die. She just seems to keep coming back. And we'll come back to Cetus in a minute. So for me, this is such a symbolic journey of it's like the magician at the beginning of the tarot. He's got all of his implements, all of his tools. He's got his sword, his wand, his cup, his pentacle, and he's going off on this journey. And it's like there's this enlightenment. The cutting off the head of Medusa could be seen as pulling back the veil that had kept the masculine and feminine apart. And what is created when he does this, when he goes on this journey to release the snakes, because she also represents the serpent here. When he releases the snake, there is this awakening, there is this creation of more light, more power emerging. So there's very much a kind of symmetry with the third eye awakening as well, which we kind of touched on before, but there was so much going on in those previous episodes. I never really got to kind of get to the bit about Pegasus. Who is, an incredibly important character in all of our stories. So I kind of see Chrysaor, the twin brother, is very much like the masculine side, the masculine being revealed. As much as there's a death going on, there is a resurrection. So out of the death of Medusa, out of the decapitation, they try to kill her, but all they do is make her more powerful and make her stronger. And they realize just that they can exploit her even further, that they now have a weapon that they can use. So Athena and Zeus then go on in various different mythologies to use Medusa's head as a weapon, either to hold it aloft, and whoever would see it any man that saw it would turn to stone, which is again symbolic for other stuff. But she had this blood curdling scream, this blood curdling wail, that they would use they created like an emblem or like a talisman or like a totem, like an animal totem that would sit on the breastplate of their armor when they went out into battle. And Athena would give it to Zeus, and then Zeus would give it back to Athena. So everyone was passing this still spiritually embodied head of Medusa around as a weapon to help them command their armies and to help them win in battle. So they continue to exploit her, exploit her power. Now, you could very easily recognize the story as they knew what was going to happen when they cut Medusa's head off. They knew that this journey symbolized an awakening, a release. It was a release. What was it releasing? From whence did it come and where was it going? Like, what was the preceding thing it was being released from? And what emerged? And what emerged was a masculine to the feminine. So Medusa represents the feminine. Chrysaor, the twin, represents the masculine. And then we have Pegasus, which very much represents, I think, the third eye and the intuition. And very much a water spirit. We've just gone through 111 in the chat, 111. Pegasus was the one of the winged horses that pulled Poseidon's watery chariot in Atlantis. So Pegasus is incredibly spiritual and connected with our emotional world. So I kind of see like Medusa's head with the head of snakes is the serpent bearer. Chrysaor, the masculine, Chrysaor, the twin brother, is the masculine. And Pegasus represents the third eye. And the fact that Medusa's head, the snakes, become even more powerful after she is decapitated, represents this sense of enlightenment, this journey that has that is initiated with this removing of the veil, the releasing of the serpent, releasing of the energy that's been held down. And the thing I was leading up to was to show you this. Now, this is actually the constellation of Perseus and Andromeda. But if you look at the way the stars are, positioned, this is Perseus at the bottom, and he's holding Medusa's head. So he's just cut off Medusa's head and he's holding it there. And then it's almost as if out of Medusa's head comes Andromeda. So it's not Chrysaor the twin, it's Andromeda the twin in the constellations, in the heavens. And look who seems to come out of the head as well, but Pegasus. So there's this, sorry, that's my alarm. Okay. So yeah. So really interestingly, when we go back to the actual constellations in the zodiac, we've got this different representation of the same thing going on. We've got the head just being decapitated, Medusa's head's just been taken by Perseus, and out of that, two creatures appear. Andromeda which is a star system as much as it is a character in our story. But all of these are star systems, individual star systems. But I love how, you know, this is mirrored, this idea of these two creatures being freed from their bondage at the moment of release of the serpents. So I'm going to quickly tell you again about Cetus. So Cetus here, before we go and have a look at you know, the second part of the model. So this is Perseus killing the sea monster. And this sea monster comes up through the scriptures again and again and again. The sea monster, which has been, you know, considered not worthy of including in the pantheon of the zodiac. Because for some, or for many, for a very long time, the zodiac has been considered just these 12 elements or these 12 characters. But I very much believe that Cetus plays this fundamental role in the origin of our species, in the origin of who we are. And this creature, Cetus, in ancient Greek, Cetus comes from the word katos, and it is a great fish or a whale or a shark or a sea monster. And according to mythology, Perseus slayed Cetus to save Andromeda from being sacrificed. But in a different stories, it's Heracles that slayed Cetus to save Hesione. And we actually see the same creature come up in the stories of the Kraken and the Tannin monster, the Leviathan and the Rahab. All different views from different cultures, all around the same idea. And there was a section somewhere, if I've brought it with me. Oh yeah. And also the story of Jonah and the whale is also the story of the sea monster. And I believe these aren't different sea monsters. Hi, everyone's joining. It's so great to have people on. Hi, Sherry, my beautiful one. So nice to have so many people watching. It's amazing. We're live on Instagram, live on Facebook, and live on YouTube here, guys. And I'm just going through a couple of references around who Cetus is, who the sea monster is, that I've introduced into our pantheon of the zodiac. There's this interesting quote that I picked up about Jonah, and it says, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." And I'll have a think about how I think that plays into it. But the other thing that Cetus really was considered was a lot of ships would have their figurehead at the front of their ship would actually be Cetus, the sea monster. It was commonly used as the name of the ship or the figurehead. And it would denote that the ship itself was unafraid of the sea or of a ruthless pirate coming aboard. So Seti or Cetus or the Cetus monster was widely viewed as a misfortune or a bad omen by sailors, widely influenced by Mediterranean traditions, such as bringing a great storm or the harbinger of devastation and death. Lore and tales associated with seeing a Seti ship. If you were, if you were on the ship, then you were protected by it. If you were, if you came upon it, it was a terribly bad omen. And it was considered by pirates to even be taboo or a curse to enter a ship, to try and steal a ship that had one of these Seti figureheads. So it was incredibly powerful. It carried this energy through the ages as being a protector for those that carried it, and a bad omen for those that came across it, which is just like Medusa, which is just the way that Medusa was represented. And they reckon there's all these images of the Cetus in Central Asia, in the Far East, in Japan, in China, and the Chinese dragon and the Indian Makara are references and images from Silk Road art around the Cetus as well. I've got so many things binging me. Sorry if that's noisy at your end. And the Chinese dragon appeared very reptilian, and its head would change shape. So it had this head that would change shape, or perhaps appeared like it would change shape, a little bit like Medusa's head with the snakes was kind of weaving and wafting and moving. And just before we move on, one of the words that comes up is tannin, the tannin monster. And I want to show you that this is the slaying of Tiamat. Now, this is an Assyrian calendar from about 8th century BC. And you can see this is the sea monster, and this is Tiamat, or Tumtum, or the tannin monster. And if you can see, this is this wonderful depiction of this feminine sea creature. And she was the primordial goddess of the salt sea. So she is the, if we go back to like the real early origins of our planet, we know that it started with salt water and fresh water combining to create these beautiful, this compound within which we'd be able to live and survive. And Tiamat is one of the most ancient representations of the early feminine energy. Maybe even the original early feminine energy from which all things stemmed. That original life giver of creation, the feminine, was actually, depicted largely as a sea monster, because that's where we all came from. And there's this other beautiful image on the back. This is actually from Dungeons and Dragons, but this is Tiamat in a different version. This is her in the middle as this fairly scary and frightening image. I rather like it. I mean, there's a sense that perhaps this dragon has many heads, many-headed dragon. So that shape-shifting head idea has come back again. There is this creature chained, there is a person chained in front of all these creatures. This inner, and actually I can just see now that this person in the middle is like guarded. There's two guardians on each side. So the left and the right eye guardians. So yes, there is this kind of dark energy associated with Tiamat, associated with the original sacred feminine. But that's because there's this deep power, this deep, unbounded power that is released, that is fearful, that people are scared of, that they don't want to face. They don't want to face their demons. And this is where they become more and more monstrous, the more that we try to ignore them, and the more that we try to bring it's kind of like the more that we try to deny our demons, the more that we try to suppress our emotions, to suppress those sides of us, the more they're going to rear their ugly heads, the more they're going to be the more and more they're going to want to take center stage. So for me, there's just all of this incredible relationship between the serpent bearer, this idea that we have these serpents inside us, and that there is this journey that we must go on to bring unity between our masculine and our feminine. And it's about embracing that other side of us that we're not so well acquainted with. It might be it might be, if you're a man, that actually that side of you that really needs to be nurtured is your feminine side, your emotional water side, your creative. And if you're a woman, it might be that bringing that voice and that masculine energy, that logical, active, forward-focused sun energy, more into play in your personality, in your intention. This kind of feels like a good point to introduce my other model. But I'm feeling like some cards. Let's just do a couple more cards. And I'm going to I'm feeling like the Akashic Tarot. I'm getting really hot, which is always a sign that the energies are moving. So let's just see what the Akashic Tarot has to say. So this deck has also wanted to be part of this story for the last few episodes and hasn't come out at all. So it literally was just like, it's my turn. So this is the beautiful Akashic Tarot by Sharon Ann Klinger and Sandra Ann Taylor. So what messages and what energies can we bring in at this point of the story to give us any clarity, any support? Huh. Well. So we've got, is there any other messages? Or is that what you wanted to show? Okay. The Muse. So we have the Six of Forces, the Six of Water, very feminine energy, water falling down, Six of Forces, and then we had the up in the air, which is an air energy, masculine energy, up in the air. The northerly part of the human body is the masculine, the northerly, the positive electron. And then water is the feminine energy. So I love that we've got this sense of water falling down. The bottom half of your body is, it's like we're like a magnet. And we'll get onto the magnet stuff now. So our body is like a tetrapolar magnet. It is exactly the same, identical model to the planet and also to the universe, in that it is an electromagnetic field and a tetrapolar magnet. And I love that actually here we've got this beautiful sense of the masculine, northerly, positive, and at the top, and we've got this beautiful water falling down for the feminine and the moon. And the third card that we had was the Muse. The Muse. It's kind of like that's a beautiful balancing energy as well. We've got air, we've got water, and then the Muse, which is kind of like the intuition, the inspiration, perhaps even bringing, it's harnessing the feminine energy. And the way that we harness the feminine energy is by going within, is by finding that inner source, that inner point of light, that inner world, connecting with our intuition. So it's the bringing together of the masculine and the feminine, which creates, it's both. It's going within helps you bring this unity. But it's also the result of this unity is also this awakened, enlightened new pathway of inspiration and creativity as well. So that was definitely queuing up me to talk about this other diagram that I've done. It's in the background. I'll just have a quick drink. Okay. So this is the other main thing I wanted to share tonight. This is my my model of the human body as a tetrapolar magnet. And I'll just move it there so you can just see it so it's not too blinding with those lights. Now, there's a lot of information on here. You can go to my Facebook or my Instagram and actually find this picture, and you can download it and you can have a look at it in much more detail. But I'm just going to go through it nice and gently and gradually and just kind of show you what I've put on here and how you'll recognize some of these themes now starting to come through. So the planet has a North Pole and a South Pole. And it has an electromagnetic field that is created with an electric center at the core. The fiery core of the planet is electric, and the water is magnetic. So the water is magnetically attracted to the moon, and the fire of the sun creates an electric core of the planet. And between the two, the electric fire and the magnetic water creates a bioelectromagnetic field around the planet. And this is exactly the same as the human body. The human body functions in exactly the same way. So this is the human body. It is not a man or a woman. It is just a human being. And we are all exactly the same underneath. This green outline that you can see around the body is the electromagnetic field around the human body. And also it's where our aura or our auric field also emanates. But they're kind of different. There's two sort of real differences about the auric field and the electromagnetic field. They kind of come from a different place. So on this human body, I have mapped the 7 chakras that we are most familiar with. So we've got the root chakra, which is governed by Mars. We've got the sacral chakra, which is governed by Mercury. We have the solar plexus chakra, which is governed by Jupiter and the Sun. We have our heart chakra, which is governed by Venus. We have the throat chakra, which is governed by Saturn. I'll jump up quickly up to here. In our brain, we have our pineal gland or our third eye chakra. And then at the top of our head, we have our crown chakra. And then 6 inches above our crown, we actually have our soul star chakra. And this is actually connecting us up into the atmosphere, into the universe, through the stellar pathway. And 6 inches below our feet, we have our earth star chakra. Now, the additional chakras that I introduced to you in episode 3 actually bring this to 13 chakras. So the other chakras I want to show you is we have one in our right hand, which is masculine, and we give energy with our right. And we have a chakra in our left hand, and we receive energy with our left, with the feminine side. And we have a chakra in our left eye and in our right eye. So our left eye is governed by the moon, and it is our past, it is our feminine aspect, it is that sense of looking into our emotions, looking into our past with a sentimental, nostalgic, mysterious way of looking at what has come to pass. And our right eye is the sun, and it represents the future. And hey, thank you so much for commenting and sharing. And the right eye represents the sun, the masculine energy, the future. And our third eye is that center unity. It is the center unity, that present. It is the present, it is the now. And it is about, all of this journey for me is about, we work on our lower chakras so that we can open this gateway of the heart and burst open these heart branches, which go one to the right eye, one to the left eye, one straight up through the third eye in the middle, and out through the top of the head through the crown chakra and the soul star chakra. And it is this unity that we are going for. It is this unity that we have been split from. We have been split from this understanding that we have masculine and feminine within us in the first place. We have been made to think that the feminine aspects, the emotional world, is not something to be considered or respected or acknowledged, or especially among boys and men, especially in our culture. We do not encourage and nurture. We do not encourage the nurturing of our emotions, and then they are stored and held in a negative vibration, or in a place that isn't nurtured, and so it becomes a place of hurt and trauma, rather than a place of safety and security and fluidity of emotion. These emotions get stuck and caught up inside us. Just checking the time. We've been going for like 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. It's like an hour 45. I'm just going to have a glass of water. So, talking about the magnet then, magnet and the electrical. So, everything in the universe is created from the 5 elements: air, water, fire, earth, and ether. And all of these conjoin and come together within every creature. Has this combination playing out in different formats, in different compounds, to create different energies within us. So within our bioelectrical magnetic field, we have the interplay of the fire, water, air, ether, and earth. The fire creates the electrical fluid. So the fire element is very much contained in the head. The water element is very much contained in the sacral plexus, in the sacrum. And the air is actually the element of the heart. And also, obviously, this is where the lungs and the respiratory system are. The earth element is represented by the bones and the flesh of the body. And the etheric element is represented here is represented in our body, in our blood, in our semen, in the egg or ovum, in our DNA, and also in the auric field. So all of these different aspects contain the vital instructions, if you like, of that which makes us human, that which makes us part of nature. So the etheric element is contained in those things like the blood. And the fire creates this electrical fluid, and the water element creates a magnetic fluid. And the two of them together create this beautiful symbiosis of a bioelectrical fluid, a bioelectrical magnetic fluid that rushes around our spiritual system. And it emanates and creates and radiates the electromagnetic field around the body. Now, this stuff is really, really interesting. It manifests in different ways within the body as well. So the different aspects of the body are also influenced by the feminine water or the masculine air. The masculine fire. The air fire, the masculine air element is what balances this whole system. So air acts as a balancer, just like your breath acts as a balancer to bring you into equilibrium. So air also works at the planetary level, universal level, and in the human level as a balancer. And the earth is what contains it. So the earth is like the container. In this representation, it is the bones and the flesh. Obviously, it is the sphere, the globe sphere of the planet in the earth. So if we look at the different aspects of the body as to whether they're electrical or magnetic, we see that the front part, let's just talk about the brain quickly. So the brain, interestingly, is kind of like flipped. So whilst we've got mostly feminine, passive feminine on the left-hand side, and we have active electric on the right-hand side, it's actually flipped round for the brain. So you've got the masculine right eye, but you've got the feminine right brain. And you've got the feminine left eye, and you've got the masculine left brain. Now, your left brain is the very logical, sequential, seeing patterns, that analytical skill. And it is also the remembering. So it connects very closely the remembering logical storage, if you like, of how information is processed logically, is very much contained within the sense of the left eye with the past, remembering, calling back information. The right brain, the feminine, sits on the right side here with the masculine, future-focused, outwardly creative. So the feminine right brain is creative, imaginative. My phone keeps jumping when someone tweets me or whatever. And so the right feminine brain is very much this creative, the imaginative, the moving through creativity with a much more lateral sense, much more abstract. There's no rules. It's much freer. It's much more fluid, just like water. That's where we go. We use our right brain for all that imagining, for all that creating that which has not yet occurred. We use our left brain to process and analyze all that has already happened. So that's why we talk about them in terms of the future and the past. And we have this beautiful centering of the now, the present, with the third eye. So the front part and the left side of the head is electric. The inside of the head, let's do it here. So the front part and the left side of the head is electric. The back part and the right side of the head is magnetic. So again, we've got this sense of the right brain, feminine, right. So the right brain is feminine over here, and the right side of the head is magnetic. Now, if you follow the tree of life in the Kabbalah, there is loads of connection with the back of the head being connected and controlled by the moon as well, in this place called Koth. The cerebellum, right at the back of the head, is what controls all of our motor skills. I had a really good definition for it somewhere, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, there's this sense of the magnetic, the water, the pull of the moon, creating this magnetic pull. So the back part and the right side of the head is magnetic. The front part and the left side of the head is electric. Now the inside of the head is electric, fiery. The fire element is all electric, but the inside of the inner part of the eyes, of the eyeballs, is actually magnetic. And there is lots of magnets actually in the head, but these ones are specifically in the eyes. And then we have the back and the left side of the chest is electric, and the right side is neutral. So actually your heart is actually more on the left side than it is on the right side. So actually that right side of the chest cavity is neutral, but it sits electrically in the magnetic side of the body. And by so, it creates an electromagnetic field. So the electromagnetic field is actually emanating around the heart space and creating this beautiful field around the body. The hands, these two chakras here, we have the right side is the masculine. We give energy with our right hand. We receive energy with our left hand. The right side of your hand is magnetic. The left side of your hand is electric. So if you imagine there's just a picture of a hand like that. This is your left side. This is your right side. So if you imagine this is your thumb and your forefinger, this is your magnetic side, and this is actually your electric side. And that's the same on both. So here, magnet, if you imagine like pincers, and then this side is magnetic. Electric on this side and magnetic on that side. Now, the right and left sides of your fingers are electric, and the tips of your fingers are magnetic. You can actually feel this if you very gently bring your hands up to each other, and just so they're almost touching, sense that energy field that's actually there, present and fizzing and buzzing at the very surface of your skin. And you can really actually sense these different forces there. There was two other bits I wanted to read to you. So yeah, the electric active side of the body is this side. So active electric is very much the masculine, active being the energy thrust of the masculine, and passive being the energy environment of the feminine. So we get this passive magnetic side and we get this active electric side. But actually, when it comes to our feet, we have a left and a right side of the foot. One is magnetic, one is electric, just like the hands. The side with your big toe on both of your feet, that's your magnetic side. And the other side is your electric side. Now, front part of the abdomen, which is a very key core place of our whole chakra system, our sacral chakra, the front part of the abdomen is electric. The back part is magnetic. So the back of your abdomen is magnetic from the back, just like the back of the head is magnetic, as if we're in the tractor beam of the moon, like a magnet. But the stomach, the abdomen, is the only part of the body that manifests in this particular way. So the front part is electric, the back part is magnetic, the right side is magnetic, and the left is electric. Now, this I find totally fascinating, and I think you will too. When we look at the genitals of men and women, the front part of the male genitals is electric. The front part of the male genitals is electric. The inside is magnetic. However, with women, the front part of the female genitals is magnetic and the inside is electric. So I'll just let that sit with you for a minute. The front part of the male genitals is electric, the inside is magnetic. The front part of the female genitalia is magnetic, the inside is electric. So they are beautiful, harmonizing yin and yang, opposites of each other, which create in themselves their own electromagnetic field when they come together. I mentioned a little bit about the planets earlier, and I'll very quickly just take you back through, because this is not just a map of the human body and a map of the planet, it's also a map of the solar system as well. And each of our chakras is represented or ruled by, governed by a beautiful sphere from the solar system. So we've already got the right eye and the left eye represented here as the sun and the moon. But the sun and the moon also feature in the body. So the moon is represented down here in the sacral chakra, and the sun is represented here in the solar plexus chakra. And then we've got Neptune representing the soul star chakra, the moon representing the crown chakra as well as the left eye. Uranus, I take to be the electromagnetic field, because Uranus is such an integral core energy, almost from where all things emerge. And so for me, it has this integral role. So Uranus represents the electromagnetic field and the auric field. Venus represents the heart chakra. Jupiter and the sun represent the solar plexus chakra. Mercury represents the sacral chakra. The root chakra is represented by Mars. The soul star chakra is represented by Pluto and the Earth. and connects us in with Gaia through our Earth Star chakra, which sits 6 inches below the human body, below the feet. Now, the two hands, I have attributed these celestial beings, these celestial spheres and energies to them. So the right hand, I have given the energy of Maldek and Vesta, and the left hand, I have given the energy of Tiamat and Ceres. Tiamat, if you'll remember, was this beautiful dragon energy of one of the, the original sacred feminine origins of our species. And Maldek is used to be a planet. It used to have this incredible part to play in our civilization, in our history. But there was there has been a great war going on in the solar system, a great war in space, Star Wars. And oh, hang on, sorry, let me just do YouTube again. Not YouTube, Insta. Okay. Episode 4, part 2. Luckily, we haven't got to do this with anybody else. We haven't got to do it with Facebook or with YouTube. But just... oh, hang on. Instagram needs a moment or two in order to refresh. Now, how do we go back? Okay. Sorry. I'll be back in a minute, people. I'm just going to sort this out.
On a live session, my name is Cetus.
Okay. So Instagram's being really strange and now won't let me come back in. I think it's... so we might have to just leave Insta now. Which is a shame because... I wanted to, I really wanted to stay on Insta. Okay. I found it. Okay, here we go. Sorry for the little interruption. I was just getting myself back on. Okay. just going to open the door for my cat as well while we're in the moment and get some air circulating, because I'm really feeling all this energy. All this fiery magnetic energy is circulating. That's nice. Bit of air. Okay. So this beautiful representation actually shows us how we have, actually within our physiology, within our bodies, this idea of masculine and feminine, that it's not just an idea. It's not just simply we conceive of the right brain being more of a feminine energy, and the masculine brain being being in this way. It's actually built into our system. It's built into our makeup, and there's a reason for it. And we have to understand what that reason is. We have to delve deep into who we really are. Like, why are we built like this? Why do we have these opposing energies? Or why have we been brought up to think they are opposing? But, there is this journey, there's this evolutionary journey that we are all going on. The reason that we are here is to evolve within this lifetime. It is not purely the evolution of the species that happens over many, many hundreds of millions of years of evolution. I'm talking about evolution that happens within one lifetime. And that evolution is about this journey to balance and clear the chakras, the emotional center, the root center, allowing us to bring in that self-love and to nurture and bring love and caring and TLC to those emotional hurts, those areas of ourselves which we don't feel comfortable with, we don't feel happy about, and that we've been neglecting, we've been ignoring, we've been suppressing. We suppress our emotion, and it, rather than dealing with it and accepting it and allowing it to flow through us like water naturally, they get held down in this underworld of our own body and our own system, and they get held down in our sacral chakra and our root chakra, and they stop us from moving forward. They keep us locked in a vice, in a prison of our own making. And so, the more that we suppress it, the more that we repress it, the more that it will rear its ugly head, the more that these demons will seek to find their way out. And this is the work that we can do to actually bring that self-love, that nurturing into our being, allow it to help release the energy of the root chakra and build up through our solar plexus chakra that will of who we really are, who we want to be, who we're discovering. Hang on, it's going to fall over. Okay. And then when we do this and we reach the heart chakra, it bursts open the heart chakra like this massive gateway, this beautiful bridge that opens this portal. The heart is a portal. It opens this portal to the right eye and the left eye through these branches and creates this kind of beam of light straight up through the top. And this is this enlightenment. This is the awakening. This is the Kundalini awakening. And these are, this idea of a Cetus then, we bring a Cetus into the story. For me, this is about these two serpents, the feminine and the masculine, live down here in the root chakra, encased and kept in the underground. I made this really great comparison and analogy to the dragon that's in the dungeon of the bank in Hogwarts, the one that they rescue, and it's been held down. This serpent, this dragon, has been captured and held hostage down in the dungeons of Gringotts Bank in Hogwarts, and they release it, and this dragon, all it wants to do is rise up through the turrets of this bank and out through the top, and its skin is all white because it hasn't even seen the sunlight. It's been kept in the dark all this time. And for me, it's a great analogy. It's a great allegory for what's happening to us on an internal thing. So this sense of the serpent down in the underworld, down in hell, is actually the representation of our own body, of actually this is our underworld. This is our 7 levels that Dante talked about us, traversing to reach the end of the labyrinth. And these snakes, these serpents that we bear, we are the serpent bearer in this story. They desperately want to rise up. Their journey, their quest is to make this journey and come up and bite the third eye. And when they bite the third eye, all this kind of like enlightenment juice bursts out and creates this portal opening, this portal awakening. And here in this image, we've got the left eye of the moon represented here, the right eye of the moon represented here, and it's that same picture. If we take it back to, where's that image of the wands? The wands also has this Egyptian bird wings at the top of the wands, highly symbolic, and it's exactly what's here. It's exactly the same image, and here is the third eye represented as this big jewel, with an identical pattern to that card, actually, if you can see that. It's a little bit small, I know, but it's pretty amazing from where I'm sitting. And I made this reference as well of the horns here. These horns, which are kind of like the horns of the goat of Capricorn, or the horns of the ram, which is Aries, and the horns of the bull as well, which is Taurus. But actually it forms this chalice, it forms this cup. And if you think about, the chalice represents the feminine, the cup, the emotional. It is an image like this. This is the feminine, this is the masculine, and this is the universe. This is the mountain. This is Moana. This is the mountain. This is a very sacred symbol. But when we do this, this is the feminine cup. This is the masculine fire. And the two of them together, they make this beautiful tetrahedron and pentagram. But I really like how this feels to me like this chalice, and it makes me think of like the Holy Grail. This is this quest for the Holy Grail, to unlock this feminine, to unlock this sacred feminine that has been locked down within ourselves, within our psyche. And it might be different for different people. You know, it might be, if you're a woman, it might be that your feminine side is more dominant. If you're a man, it might be that your masculine side is more dominant. It might already be the other way around. It might be that you're not really using either side with as much strength as you could be. So there are ways in which we can really harness and understand ourselves better by giving voice, giving oxygen to these different sides of ourselves, and to bring in this unity, this harmony, which allows for it represents to me the opening of a portal. It just keeps coming back. There's all these different reflections of of how that manifests in the human body, in the planet, in the universe. But it's a portal opening. We have to think about everything as a journey. Everything is a door being unlocked. Everything is a door being walked through to find a new path, to find the next part of the labyrinth. But this is a journey we must go on. And the reason I say that this is the lost world of the sacred feminine is because we've not been told that there's a journey to go on. For so many of us, we've been born and raised into this world to believe that what we have right now is all there is. What you can taste, touch, see, smell, and feel with your hands, see with your eyes, hear with your ears, is the only tangible reality that there is. We've been shackled, we've been put into bondage in this world, in this life. We're a magnet, okay? The top half and the bottom part of the body has been split, positive and negative. It sort of, for me, it occurs, this kind of balancing area is within the solar plexus and the heart chakra area. Now, beneath the lower southerly is negative, the negative side of the magnet. The top part is the positive side of the magnet. So not as in positive and negative behavior, but in terms of electrons and ions, just like a magnet. We are actually like a battery. When you look at a battery has positive and negative, the little plus sign and the little minus sign at each end of the battery. That's exactly the same as a human being. We are producing so much energy. Our bodily system produces so much energy that we are an incredible energy source that many would believe we are held and shackled down in this 3D realm. and kept out of sight of the knowledge of who we really are, kept out of, kept away from the wisdom that actually there is so much more to us. There is so much more to our world, so much more to our purpose of being here, and so much more connection to us as spirits of Gaia. That we are one with Gaia, that we are one with nature. And I believe this is, I know that this has been hidden from us because I've seen the other side. I've been able to see that there is so much more to us. And I want so much to be able to share this knowledge with each of you. And the beautiful thing is you don't have to go very far to start understanding this beautiful magic that sits within all of us, that actually we have the power to bring these sides into unity, to bring this harmony into our chakras, to do this internal work, just by going within, just by tapping into that feminine aspect, that feminine energy of the internal intuitive side, the internal self. The masculine is very much more about the outward looking, external world facing, how we interact on that plane. But the feminine aspect of this is the going within. It is the sitting with our intuition, our inner self, our inner guiding light, stepping into the darkness of our inner self and quieting the mind from all that chit chatter and, all these energies that have been coming to us from other people, from the world around us. Come on. And so this is one way. This is one of the ways, and we've just gone 222. In a few seconds, it's going to be 22222. So let's just wait for that. Boom. And the way that we do this is by quiet contemplation, quiet meditation, bringing, closing the eyes, bringing in that quiet, taking some deep breaths, balancing, using the air to balance your system within the internal earth structure. And by allowing this inner sense, you are sitting right in the present. You are not thinking about the past. You are not focusing on the future. You're not worrying about what's going to happen. You're not upset about what has already happened or analysing it. You're just there in the centre, in the present moment, in the now. And in this stillness, in this nothingness, everything emerges. So the whole universe is contained within us, and we can access everything. We don't have to jump on a rocket and go to the moon. We don't just have to, this is not the external quest for evidence through science. This is the internal quest for knowledge through intuition and through this incredibly powerful tool that we all have within us. We've just forgotten that this is here at our disposal. We've forgotten, like I was saying the other day, we all have the key. We all have the key inside us, but so many of us don't know that there's a door waiting to be unlocked. And this is what our esoteric masters of wisdom have been trying to tell us all this time. They've been wanting us to understand that there is a journey, that there is a greater purpose, that there is a greater importance for our being here, that there is work to be done. This isn't just a you're born, you work, you die. That's the illusion. That's the illusion that we've all been born into slavery, born into bondage, born into this this prison, if you like. The veil brought down so that we couldn't see. And the veil being brought down can be seen in different ways as well. The veil of night, the moon brings the veil of night. Great representation for, again, going inward, stepping into the darkness of your mind, of your inner self, of your quiet meditative space. Is almost like, pulling down the veil is like closing your eyes and stepping inward. So I love that there's all these dualistic ways that we can interpret these ideas as well. But believe me, so much of what appears in our scriptures and our real history books, the real history that you have to go searching for, it is not taught in schools. It is not taught in universities. It is not shared it is not shared through the mainstream media in any facet at all. But it's certainly all out there to be found. It's not hard to find all of this knowledge and wisdom, but you have to be prepared to go searching for it. And it's the same, you have to be prepared to take the time to meditate. If you want these results, there is this journey of going within, taking that time, taking that self-love and that intention that you commit to taking this journey of inner discovery, that you will be your wingman, your wingwoman on that journey, because it is a solo journey that we must take internally. But the rewards and the wealth and excitement that exists at the end of the rainbow is unparalleled. And the journey and the awakening and the abundance just doesn't stop coming. It's not like there's you get there, you open one door and that's it. Like you open a door and it's a corridor with 10 more doors. And each one of these steps that we take is another key unlocking another door. And it's the most wild and wonderful journey that I really advocate you all come and join me on this journey, because it's why we're here. It's why we're here. It's our purpose. It's our ultimate quest to find that unity within us, to bring that harmony into who we really are. Recognize that within each of us we have these incredible gifts of the feminine aspect to bring to bear, and we have these incredible gifts of the masculine to bring to bear, and we can use all of them. We can use all of these gifts to be greater than the sum of their parts. Like the whole is greater than the sum of their parts. So when we bring these two into unity, what we create is something that far surpasses anything that two individual aspects can do on their own. So there's kind of like this machinery, these cogs, these clockworks that are working inside of us, or perhaps stopped working long ago, and we need to do the winding. We need to wind this clock back up so that it can start its revolutions again. And for a lot of us, we are stuck in this arena of well, we're kind of like, you know, we kind of feel like we're on a hamster wheel all the time. You know, just working and being pushed around by society, by community, by, you know, by the outside world for what it can take from us, from what it can get from us, from how it can zap and steal our energies. And there's so much of that happening at the moment. So many people trying to put their views and their expectations and their judgments on other people. Why is that? Why is that? Don't people realize that they are simply projecting their own fears, their own problems out into the world? Like, this isn't a I forgot what I was going to say, but it's that thing about reflection. It's about the law of attraction. It's about you know, what negative stuff people are bringing out into the world and just chucking at other people. That is their innermost fears and insecurities coming to the surface. That is those things that they haven't dealt with. This journey of inner discovery, this holy grail quest internally to bring the two together, is ultimately a one of self-love. It is about bringing acceptance and forgiveness and love into our own selves and being okay with all of those aspects of us, all of the light, all of the dark, all of the sad, hurt places, all of the exciting, achieving accomplishments. All of that is who you are. All of that shapes who you are. It has shaped, your experiences have shaped you into this beautiful soul that sits in, you know, sits in your spirit. And the journey is all about bringing that self-love internally, because then it will radiate out from you through your aura, through your electromagnetic field. Actually, the essence and the vibration of your inner world is what emanates from you as a vibration. So the more work we do on ourselves, the more love and light we bring into our being to heal all these places internally, the more work that we are actually doing to create our own vibration into one of that same light. And that same light radiates out into the universe, into the ether, and to everyone that we interact with and make contact with at any time. Which is pretty magical. So let's bring it back to some cards. Let's pull a chakra card, because I specifically didn't pull a chakra. I specifically didn't use one of my chakra cards today. I've actually designed the Essential Earth Oracle deck, Oracle Wisdom deck, which has chakra cards and a chakra blend, essential oil blend card, and a card for each essential oil that I use in my range from Bloom Healing, which is all available on the website at bloomhealing.co.uk. So do check out my website for all sorts of fun and games over there. But in the previous sessions, I have pulled some chakra cards, and they have largely been around the throat chakra and the heart chakra energy for this story. And I thought tonight, you know what, I'm actually just going to pull something fresh and see where these energies are now and shifting. Oh. And what do you know? It's not heart and it's not throat. It's the yellow. Of the solar plexus chakra, but you know what? It's the moon. Wow, it's the sun. So on these, I'm just tripping out here. So on this chakra card, this beautiful chakra card here, which actually has the chakras on the back as well. I love it. But I'll show you this at the back. So we've got the 7 chakras that we've been talking about and discussing: the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, the throat, the third eye, and the crown. And then we've got the sun and the moon here. So the sun represented in yellow on this side, and the moon represented in silver here. And the card that we've just pulled is not one of the chakras. It's actually the sun, which I didn't even realize featured in this deck. So amazingly, this deck has just given us the sun energy, beautiful sun, and it is divine wisdom, and it is the number 36, which adds to a 9. So we have 3 and 6 adding to a 9. So we've got 3, 6, 9 people. You know, shout out to Tesla. Divine wisdom. Divine wisdom. Yes, we're calling that in. We're calling that down right now. But it's also telling us, it's talking about the story. It's talking about the divine wisdom that we unlock when we go inward and do that meditative practice. And when I say meditative practice, it doesn't have to be complicated. What we're talking about is closing your eyes and focusing on your breathing for 5 minutes. Just do that. Just do 5 minutes. Work up to doing it for longer, but it's just bringing that calm, quiet to the mind. You don't actually need to do anything. You don't need to really make a massive effort to clear the mind. You're just allowing thoughts to drift in and drift out. You're just not making any emotional attachment on them. That's generally how our mind works. My camera is... Okay, that's better. Okay, so that inner wisdom that we find is so simple, but it does just take that intention that you want to sit down and take 5 and actually do that work and do that Allow those elements of air, water, fire, and earth and ether, which spin around you in beautiful harmonic fractal patterns, bring all that back to equilibrium. Use the air in your body to balance and bring calm. And then everything floats back into its harmonic, beautiful wave again. When our bodies and our minds are distorted and busy and messed up and clouded, that is often, well, not often, it is a reflection of something deeper going on within your chakras. It is a representation of imbalance. It is a representation of just things being out of kilter. The universe, everything in the universe is trying to bring itself back to equilibrium. That is its journey, to come back to center. And we need to do that in our own bodies. And we do not afford ourselves enough time normally to give ourselves that self-care. It's right up there with getting the right amount of good sleep, drinking lots of mineral water, eating really good foods, nice healthy foods for our body, but also doing that meditation, standing under the sun and getting the vitamin C from the sunlight. All of these things are fuel. All of these things. The air is fuel, the sunlight is fuel, food is fuel, and water is fuel. And connection, love is fuel. Love is the vibration love is the vibration. Love is the vibration. Everything is a frequency of that vibration. So we have the sun representing the solar plexus, representing divine wisdom. Number 36, adding to a 9. I just can't love that more. And we actually had self-mastery, also solar, also the solar plexus. Oh no, sorry. This is so mad because we've now got the sun and the solar plexus, which are, intermingled. Solar plexus, the sun. Solar plexus, Jupiter. Self-mastery, which is the number 15, which is a 6. So we've got another 6 and another 6. So we've now got 666 on the table. We've been talking about the snakes trapped in the underworld of our being. And so the energy of 666, which is a bridge, actually. The energy of the 6 is a bridge. It is the energy of the 3. It is the energy between the 3 and the 9. We have the 6 of forces and the 6 of wands. And we now have the 6 of self-mastery. So the 6 of wands is the fiery masculine energy of victory. And we have the 6 of forces, which is the waterfall, beautiful feminine water energy, the magnetic energy and the electrical energy. And here, self-mastery, we have self-mastery of the whole system. Spirit is never vague. She is always very, very specific and spot on. So we've had it earlier. Earlier on, I showed you that we had the Princess of Swords, the Knight of Discs, and the Six of Wands. So I was suggesting here that we've got the feminine energy of the moon with the Princess of Swords, the truth, the redress, the bringing justice to the feminine, her seeking justice, her using her voice, her taking her place on her throne, her rightful place on her throne, side by side with the masculine. And we've got this beautiful Knight of Discs, the Knight of Earth, the slowest moving knight in the tarot, but the absolute one you can count on. So what's really awesome is kind of like the roles have reversed. The active element of fire and masculine is represented in the feminine here. She's journeying, she's questing, she's battling. She's bringing the action into this arena. And so she's bringing the masculine energy of action. But then look at this Knight of Cups, the Knight of Earth, the Knight of Discs. He's this calm, steady, allowing energy. He's just standing there receiving abundance. So it's kind of like, and he's like the Knight of Abundance. He's the Knight of Earth. So we've got this beautiful idea of the Knight of Earth, the masculine, now bringing these feminine energies of receiving and nurturing, the passive, gentle side, and the feminine bringing these masculine traits of action and forward movement. And the victory of the six in the middle is the bridge between them. Then we had, right at the beginning, I showed this release, focus, and pleasure. Which are all moon cards. So it's really funny how the sun energy and the solar plexus energy is just literally like falling out on the table because we've just got moons everywhere. We had the moon of the extremes, which really felt like a sun energy. It's a moon energy. It's the hot moon. It's the hot moon. But it's very masculine, very fiery, very sun infused. And we have these sort of release, focus, brings pleasure, which for me is so much about the internal inward meditative journey. And then we have the self-reflection. With these extremes, let's put the masculine back in the middle. So this energy of, so these two outer cards have, I'll show you these two first. So in both there's a reflection, one reflecting the other, one on each side of the mirror. In this card, she's almost like she's looking into the mirror and seeing her reflection. In this, they are literally looking into the mirror and seeing their reflection. And the masculine energy of the sun coming in the middle is called extremes. So we're bouncing from one reflection to another. From the positive to the negative, from the light to the dark, from the masculine to the feminine, the hot to the cold, the moon to the sun. It's all a reflection. It's all two ends both ends of the same spectrum. And then we had the waterfall and up in the air, balanced by the muse. So the waterfall being the feminine water cups energy, but the waterfall I love because it's like water's going down, the negative or southerly pole of the human body, feminine, and then up in the air, this air element is the masculine, positive energy at the top, in the north of the human body. And then the muse balances it perfectly, because I feel like the muse is the beginning and the journey, enlightening our third eye, bringing this unity of these two opposites into unity. And what do you get? You get this incredible creative spirit and energy emerging as new inspiration, the muse. And the muse is number 15, so that's also a 6. Do we have any other 6s? We have the 18, which is a 9. And we had self-mastery, which is a 15, which is a 6. So there's so much 6 energy. And in the last episode, it was all 3's energy. So I'm really feeling like I want to do like another episode. I mean, like, why not? It's my story. There's so much more. There's always so much more. I've learned so much about this journey just from episode 1 to here. I love how each section and episode and insight leads me to a further understanding, a deeper clarity and knowledge. But I am bowled over tonight by how much the cards just keep showing us from different decks the same message again and again and again. So let's push into that, and let's see what spirit animals, because my cat's just come to sit with us, and she's now sitting here on, she's guarding all these beautiful cards. So let's chat to the spirit animals and see who's going to come out and play. We are just about to reach 3 hours, which is pretty awesome, because I didn't really believe I was going to go any less than 4 hours tonight, because all the other ones have been 4 hours. Just worked out like that. Or no, episodes 1 and 2 were 4 hours exactly, and episode 3 was 5 hours. I'm not going to go to 5 hours tonight. But I am definitely going to keep us, I think, within the realm of 4. Because A, it's episode 4. B, when I first started this journey, I had this intuition that I wanted to bring the element of 4. The spirit of 4. The spirit of structure, the spirit of Aries, that structure to the story that we've been missing, that we, that clarity that we need to help us understand this divine tearing between the two spirits or the two energies, and effectively find our way home, find our way back into unity. And what's amazing is that I've just been learning about how much this number 6 represents a bridge. And we've got all these 6s coming out now. And we had all this energy of the 4s and the 3s and everything about 3 is about creation. It is birth, death, resurrection. It is the snake again, the Ouroboros eating itself, bringing us back to this idea of creation, the never-ending story of life. And have I just broken it? And no, I haven't. So, hang on, what have I done here? I think I might have just broken that one. Never mind. Never mind. So, I don't know if you can see that there on Facebook. That's better. Okay. So let's just ground in again and look at, and just go back to Mother Gaia. And let's think about some of these beautiful animal spirits. Because the animal spirits have been so fundamental in this story, in this journey. They have been, central to helping us understand this connection that we have with nature, this connection that we have with Gaia is right there in front of us when we connect with our animal guides. Our animal guides and our animal spirits and our real animals as they share in this world with us. So let's bring, I'm already feeling which cards I want to look at, play with. I'm just putting some of these beautiful synchronicities together. I know you probably can't really see these on the table. I'm sorry, it's not that sort of setup tonight. But these, yeah, I've just been so bowled over by how much spirit wants to play in this story. So, the next bit is going to be our animal guides from the Spirit Animal deck, which is here. So this is our spirit animals. Beautiful. That is running a little bit low on battery. Let me just plug that one in. There we go. We have power, power, power. Power from the moon, power from the sun, power from the grid, power from Thoth and Bast. My beautiful, beautiful Egyptian spirits who have done me proud in how they helped me to navigate the trials and tribulations of this story. So let's bring our spirit animals into play and see who is here to guide us. To guide us in the collective at these times, in these times, through these times, with all of this energy around us. All of this energy coming down from the moon. And there is a lot of energy that came out from the moon. Release, focus, pleasure, self-reflection, creation, and extremes. So spirit animal guides, what messages of light and love and healing do you have? Let's see if there's, oh wow, I've just seen what that one is. Can we have one more spirit animal card, please? Because we are definitely wanting the animals to come in 2 by 2. Spirit animal guides, what message of love and guidance do you want to bring to share with the collective, to share with Gaia? What healing guidance can you give us to help us? And I was called to look at the bottom of the deck. And it was amazing. Okay. So the first creature that comes out is the swan spirit, 60 or number 6. Swan spirit says, time for a deep dive. Time for a deep dive. Number 6, the swan. Which is, you know, she's the mother of cups. She is beautiful representation of water, the feminine energy, the mothering, nurturing spirit. Time for a deep dive, representing your intuition, representing going within, taking that solo journey into the darkness to find the light. And lizard spirit was the second one to come out. You know, we're only talking about the serpent bearers here. The serpent bearer and the sea monster. Now, she's not a monster, the swan, but she's a very spiritual sea creature. And then we have lizard spirit, which actually in all the time I've used this deck has never come out for me. Dream the world into being. And it is the number 38, which breaks down to 11. Dream the world into being. Time for a deep dive. I mean, look at the colours. Are we talking moon and sun again, maybe? Is that possible? Should we dip into a couple of other decks and see if this keeps happening? I will read these to you as well, because I haven't done a reading for you today. I've done some really awesome readings in the last few episodes. And it would be nice to actually, you know, draw on some of that energy as to why these cards are coming out. I'm just thinking whether there's any other ones I'd like to read. I'd like to read all of them, but that will probably be overkill. But dream the world into being, lizard spirit and swan spirit. Magnificent, really. I mean, again, it's like dream the world in... Oh, hang on. We've lost Instagram again. Right, let's just go. Last time for Insta. We will probably stop at 4 hours this time. So where are we? Episode 4, part 3. Episode 4, part 3. Okay. Bear with me a second till I can. I'm getting the hang of this now. Okay. We're back on Insta. Right. Sorry again for the interruptions. For all you lovelies that are watching on YouTube and on Facebook, thank you so much for this beautiful time. You've been with me this whole time. Thank you so much. And for those just joining again on Instagram, we have to keep coming in and out of Insta because it only allows us to do 1 hour live at a time. And we've just hit hour 3. We've just hit 3 hours and 6 minutes. So 3, 6, 9. Amazing. So yeah, the intuition of the swan spirit, time for a deep dive, that feminine energy, masculine energy of manifestation, creating action, creating out something out of nothing, using your deep dive time to manifest your dreams. Symbiosis. One can't happen without the other. One cannot exist without the other. You cannot manifest into reality. You cannot manifest your thoughts into reality unless you are taking this internal work, an internal journey. But you can dream the world into being internally and externally as well. I love that. So let's read that. Let's read Swan Spirit and Lizard Spirit and see what magic medicine they have for us. Magic medicine from the animal spirit world, our native animal totems. We'll read number 60, the swan first. Ladies first. And I happened to open it on Snake Spirit, which is number 55, Time to Heal, which is off-world. We shall leave that for now and find number 60. Spirit just wants to play today. She really does. Like she does every time. Thank you. Beautiful Mother Gaia. Okay. Swan Spirit. I'll hold them both up. Okay. Swan Spirit. Time for a deep dive. Oracle message. With their graceful, long necks, swans are able to reach into the depths. When Swan Spirit arrives, you are called to take a deep dive. Beyond what is easily available on the surface. You may think you know what is best for you now, but take the plunge into the depths of your awareness. For there is knowledge you are not aware of, and great treasures to discover. Deeper understanding awaits you, and a perspective that comes from greater self-knowledge is what you need right now to better understand a situation or relationship. As you come to know yourself more intimately, so too will you come to better know others. So Swan Spirit asks you to go beyond the surface of what is happening between you and others and resist the temptation to judge by superficial appearances. I've brought that up several times this evening about judgment and about how we all need to check ourselves at the moment and be clear that we've done that work on ourselves really before we judge others for the path of life that they're walking. And not to judge ourselves either, actually, because that judgment is just suffering that we put ourselves through, that is unnecessary, and it's actually harmful. We're actually creating a lot of disease and discomfort and illness in the body when we constantly fire fiery daggers of blame and regret and guilt and feelings of a lack of self-worth. All of that really actually does us a lot of damage in our energetic body, and so then manifests itself in the physical body. So be very, very careful how much energy you put into judging yourself and into others. Let's make this world a no judgment zone. We could do that. We all have the manifesting power in our minds, in our hearts, to just relinquish and release judgment. If we all did that, my goodness, the energy vibration we would create would be magnificent. Anyway, I'll get back to this. So resist the temptation to judge the superficial appearances. Know there is a much deeper potential for loving connections, forgiveness, and mutual understanding. Choose to deep dive. Choose to dive deep into your why. Asking the deeper questions of yourself, you are led by the grace of Swan Spirit. Protection message. Don't talk yourself into diving deep into something just because you see the potential of things instead of what they really are now. The necessary work and patience involved may not be the best use of your energy. Have you seen the potential in someone and think that if you love and support them, they will become the person who knows you love them beyond all others? I'll read that again, that wasn't very clear. Have you seen the potential in someone and think that if you love them and support them, they will become the person who knows you love them beyond all others? Have you stepped into an opportunity that you know feels too good to be true? That feels too good to be true and might not turn out the way you hope. Now is not a time for selective, limited perception that can lead to misjudgment. Instead, this is a time for going deep and being honest about what you find as you explore the depths. Have no fear, for whatever you find below will help you love and understand yourself and others and make better choices. Can you sense Swan Spirit calling you to deep dive and resurface, to choose again? I can. Oh, and I got a really itchy nose then, which is a sign that my intuition's on point. Okay, let's read Lizard Spirit number 38 or 11. Number 38, Lizard. The eternal lizard, lizard brain, swan heart is how I'm feeling now. Lizard brain, masculine, fire, female heart. The moon and the sun. Almost there. Hang on. Okay. Lizard spirit. Oh, itchy nose. Alrighty. Now this is beautiful lizard spirit. Hope you can all see there. Dream the world into being. Oracle message. When was the last time you basked in the sun and allowed yourself to daydream, to imagine what might be and who you might become? Lizard spirit appears when you are called to let your imagination flow and dream something new. Inspiration is available to you now if you are willing to slow down and let your eyes close a little, allowing ideas to dance in your head. What might come into being if you were to pursue your dream? How might you grow and expand if you allowed yourself to dare to believe in the impossible? Making it possible first in your dreaming mind and then in the world as you co-create with spirit. Give in to the power of imagination, and soon your dream will become clearer, and steps will reveal themselves, and what was ephemeral will begin to coalesce into form. Dream it and be it. Spirit asks you to dare to dream big. Protection message. Have you been allowing your imagination to run amok and dream up a nightmare that seems to have come true? Fear not, for whatever dreaming you did in the past can change today as you dream anew. Wake up from the perception that everything is wrong. Lizard Spirit asks you to open your eyes and consciously dream a better dream. What would it look like to already have what you desire and be the one you wish to be? What would it look like to already have what you desire and be the one you wish to be? How might it feel to work towards co-creating this new dream as a reality in the world of the senses, drawing it out of the world of dreams and building it into the world of form? Trust in your ability to dream anew and honor it today. Amazing. Truly amazing. I feel like pulling some more cards just to see if this beautiful pattern persists. And I know that, Spirit is not going to disappoint. Let's pull some angel sigils and Angels of Atlantis cards. Definitely. And you going to stand up in me? So, Angels of Atlantis. If I can open the box. Knock, knock. Okay, weirdly, it's telling me to pull an Angel Heart Sigil first. These two decks go together. They are Angels of Atlantis and the Angel Heart Sigils. Both illustrated and inspired by Stuart Pearce. They're by Stuart Pearce and illustrated by Richard Crooks. And now I can open the box. But it told me to go for the sigil first. So the sigil is like the sacred geometry, the symbol of the energy of this angelic being. And they kind of, so the same angels are represented in both decks, but one deck, the sigils, show us the sigil is like the sacred geometric shape or symbol of the angel, and the Angels of Atlantis show us the planetary globe sphere that is also represented by the angels. They don't necessarily appear with wings to us in this century. They appear to us as symbols and spheres of light. So the first card, oh my god. Oh my god. So the first card we've got is Shamael, Orientation. Shamael, Orientation. And I'll hold it up a bit closer so you can really see that symbol. This is the symbol of Shamael. And I was going, oh my God, because it's got Venus, Sirius, and Orion constellations. And this is so fundamental. These three constellations represent the energy field of the planet. I'm not joking. The energy field of the planet is created not simply by the electromagnetic field. It is created by the energy of the pyramids. The pyramids in Egypt, the pyramids in China, and the pyramids in Peru. Each of these pyramids holds a sacred energy. Ah, my beautiful cat's with me. Each of the pyramid sites create an energy force field, which they connect together. The three pyramids around the world connect this energy field together, and it actually is supporting the portal of Orion. It is actually supporting the energy of the sun to be able to come into our planet, and it's enabling the energy of our bodies and the energy of Gaia to be transmitted back out to the portal of Orion. So Sirius is the pyramid in China, and it represents the energy of the spiritual self. The pyramids in Egypt represent the highest energetic portal of all the chakras of the planet. The planet has chakras too, and we might get to that in a minute if we have time. We're just at almost 3.5 hours, so I am actually going to bring this in at 4 hours. I just feel like let's bring it back to the structure of 4. But, you know, we've just opened this beautiful Pandora's box. So let's see where we go. So Sirius is the Sirius Orion and Sirius Orion Arcturus. So it is, yeah. And sorry, the pyramids in Peru represented, I might actually have to check my book. Sorry, I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah. The spiritual self is Sirius. The pyramids in China represent the spiritual self. Orion in Egypt is the biggest portal of every dimension. And the Pleiades represents the pyramids in Peru, which is represents the energy of the order of the being and the order of the confederation. And, you know, these pyramids in each of these places, China, Egypt, and Peru, they were actually antennas to draw the energy from all the dimensions and actually create a pyramid or an octahedron, which is like a pyramid on top of itself. 2 pyramids together, bases together, creates like a diamond. And out of this shape, out of this sacred geometry, more realities are created. So these pyramids are actually energetic, like machines, if you like, that are creating specific energy fields, and working together as a triad, as a holy trinity, in order to support. By reflecting the constellations, they are actually drawing down the energy of those constellations, matching it with the energy that we produce on Gaia, and supporting the protection of the portal of Orion. Now, we could really go into a lot of crazy down the rabbit hole if we wanted to at this point. And it is fascinating, and there's so much about this. I'd love to talk about this war in space because it just so beautifully reflects what's going on down here. But let's just carry on with these cards for now. If you want to know more about what I'm talking about, absolutely go and check out the initiation series on Gaia.com. You know, you can really then get into some beautiful detail and imagery around these ideas. But just the fact that this card happens to show these constellations, which I've just been learning about in relation to these pyramids, mind-blowing. So that was the heart sigil, and that was Shamael. So let's see who comes out in harmony with Shamael in the Angels of Atlantis. Will we get the same angel? Will we get a different one? Will we get an opposing, balancing force? Oh my goodness, that was too many. Oh my gosh. I mean, these cards always blow me away. They fell on the ground and I'm going to take all of them. Oh my God. I can't stop. Okay. All right. I'm not even going to, let's not even joke. Okay. The first one as I picked them up, Hope was at the bottom. Hope. Angel Haniel. then Gabriel with grace. These angels really know what we need right now. And they've given us hope and grace, divine intelligence, which, just look at that, divine intelligence from Metatron. And Metatron, I mean, Metatron is very much, you know, one of the lords of the angels. He's like Lord on high. Look at that. And there's this beautiful bright light, but his sphere is surrounded by green. So there's a lot of heart chakra energy there. So this is divine intelligence for the heart and divine intelligence for the brain. That's cool because, you know, we now know that the heart contains neurons just like the brain does. The heart is actually, and this is all backed up by most amazing research and science into a study called heart math and heart brain harmony. But actually the heart has neurons just like the brain does, and the heart can think, the heart can remember, and the heart can learn just like the brain does. And we've been neglecting this because we haven't actually necessarily understood the power that our heart contains and how important it is that actually we have harmony within our hearts, not just within a sense of an intellectual knowledge or an intellectual knowing, but actually it's that knowing in our heart. It's that bringing those feelings up from the emotional realm of the self, combining with the intellectual, logical world, fiery world of the masculine in the north, into harmony. And this is where, if I find Thoth again, this is where we get this sense of the balance again. The north and south, the east and west, polarities, all wanting to come into unity. So we have the left eye and the right eye represented here. The red is the sun, the blue is the moon, representing the left and the right eye, the feminine and the masculine, wanting to come into unity. And then we have the north, positive fire of the yellow. And then we kind of have like the yin yang down the trunk of the tree, the cross. This is the feminine. Wow, I saw that as like heavens and the underworld then, the black and the white. The yin and the yang. But yeah, it's this harmony, unity, bringing everything back. Melding and blending those beautiful elements. It's 333 in the live chat. As I'm surrounded by 6s and 9s. I need a quick sip. These angel cards are so mad. They're so powerful. Let's just pop him there. Is he going to stand up? Yeah. So I love that, you know, we've now got Metatron bringing in this heart-brain harmony, reminding us that it is the unity, it is the union within yourself that unlocks the door to manifesting what is within to what is without. As above, so below, as within, so without. What you create, what you radiate and vibrate on the inside is what you'll create on the outside. We create our reality by what we think, what we feel, what we intend. Where we put our focus on our energy internally is how we manifest that same energy in the 3D. So it's this heart-brain harmony. And I want to give you guys all this wonderful tip before I forget to do it today. And that is to remember that we are positive and negative ions, electrons, protons. We are guided to the North Pole and the South Pole. Our middle section is the equator. This hot tummy, this tummy area that gets so hot, this is your equator. This is this point of the solar plexus and the sun and Jupiter, and your sacral, all creating this like fiery lava volcano of energy that you have, that is like just ready to spring up. And the tip I was going to give you is that, and I learned this from Thoth, I've learned this from the Emerald Tablets. This is wisdom and guidance that comes direct from Thoth and Hermes. That actually we get out of alignment with our north and south alignment with the poles. And an amazing thing you can do for your healing is to meditate, orientating yourself to the north or the south. So orientating your head to be facing north, and then you meditate that way for 20 minutes. It says an hour in the guidance that you should always meditate for an hour each way, but I'm just suggesting that you get into the habit of actually lying down so that your head is facing north and meditate like that. And then the next time you meditate, you lie down with your head facing south and meditate like that. And it will bring you back into alignment. If you imagine, most of us probably meditate in the same direction, like we might lie on our bed, which is facing a particular way. Let's say it just so happens to be facing north, your head is facing north. You're only ever meditating with your head, your magnet, your electric magnet facing one of the orientations of the poles. If you bring them back and meditate the other way, then actually you're bringing this beautiful alignment and balance. So you can actually bring this alignment in, and not forgetting that card we had was called orientation. So orient yourself. And this is, probably some of you are going to be like, oh, how do I know which is north, which is south? Get yourself a compass. There is so many free compass apps that you can download to your phone. I happen to have some really nice compasses because I do lots of outward bound work with my disaster response charity. Find yourself a really nice free compass, and you don't have to shift your bed around to north and south. You can just lie on your bed in that particular direction. So work out where north is, put your head that end, meditate that way. Let's say 20 minutes the first day, and then the next day, meditate facing the south with your head facing in the opposite direction. And I swear you will feel the difference. You'll feel this energy rushing through your body during the meditation, but also afterwards. And Thoth's guidance and wisdom about this is that if you do this practice you will stave off aging and disease in the body for many, 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 many years longer than you would probably live now. You will actually extend your life expectancy, because what you're doing is you're bringing yourself back into balance. All of these things we've been talking about, stress, mental health, judgment within ourselves, within others, being stuck in our emotions rather than letting them flow through us and be accepting and loving of them. We are rejecting and hateful of our emotions, or we try and disregard them. All of this stuff that we're doing on an energetic level is manifesting in our world in the 3D. So we can use these practices of actually physically making a change in our external world, the north and south orientation, which brings us into internal alignment. Pretty awesome, hey? So, Metatron just took us on a mad little journey. If I put those, no, you won't see them if I put them there. Okay, so we'll keep going with the angels that came through. Hanael again, who brought us hope, now brings us willpower. With the sea monster, Hanael is back, hope and willpower. Willpower, don't forget, willpower is the solar plexus chakra. Solar plexus and the sun is your willpower. I can't make this up, guys. Next one is Jophiel, forgiveness. More solar plexus energy, more sun energy. Jophiel, forgiveness. So essential. And actually gratitude was at the bottom of the deck, and I didn't take it because I had so many cards in my hand, but obviously gratitude. Gratitude and forgiveness for yourself, first of all, and for others. Even if you are really mad at someone for something they've done to you, and they have not apologized, they have not redressed the injustice, you can still bring the energy of forgiveness into the dynamic, the energetic dynamic between you, and be grateful. Find something of gratitude. Be grateful that you have a friend to fight with. Be grateful that you have a partner to have a bust up with. Be grateful for all the making up that will come afterwards. Find something to be genuinely grateful for about that connection. Or maybe be grateful that the argument or the conflict allowed you both to speak your truth. You know, there's so many lessons and so much to learn and gain from every interaction that we have. But if we just decide to write people off and sit in this negative energy and think there's nothing positive about it, well, do you know what? That's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to experience. Whereas there's a wealth of experience. There's a whole pantheon of energies that you can tap into if you just open yourself a little bit. Open your heart. And I think a lot of people struggle with the idea of being in a state of forgiveness when we're so hurt. But the second you bring that element of forgiveness in, you're bringing in love, because forgiveness is a beautiful vibration of love. But you're bringing in love, and you're stopping that hurt from gnawing away at you. You will feel better. It won't necessarily make up for what's happened, but you will stop carrying around so much heavy baggage with you. You don't need to be carrying it, and to forgive is to release, to let it go. We had release. The first card that came out was release. Let it go. Why are you holding on to it? If you are, if this resonates for you. You know, the next cards are just as amazing. Jophiel, forgiveness, is followed by Jophiel, liberation. So Jophiel, forgiveness, leads to Jophiel, liberation. Kind of like two beautiful results of the same energy. Liberation leads to forgiveness, forgiveness leads to liberation. The sun and the moon. Liberation so that you can fly free. Out of the heaviness. And as I said, heaviness, I looked at the third Haniel card. We've had 3 Haniel. This is integrity. And it's a very Libran energy with the scales. But look, as I said, heavy, I looked at the card and that sphere looks so heavy. It's really like weighty. It's not even on the scales. It's not even like possibly on the scales. It's in front and falling and descending, pulled to earth by the gravity. Integrity. Integral. Integrity comes from the word integral. What is within? What is contained within? And that looks like a lot of heavy energy in our root chakra, a lot of heavy energy internally, and it's nowhere near the scales. We need balance. We need these balance. We need the scales to kind of take up the foreground. At the moment, they're in the background. But I love that it's like integrity, the heaviness of what we hold in. Oh my God, there's the most beautiful fox outside. And my cat is just sitting there staring down the fox. That is crazy. That is so mental. Sorry, guys, I've got the most beautiful fox in my garden. And my cat, I'm watching because I'm slightly wary, because foxes can be very dangerous to cats. But this fox, I believe, is a fox that grew from a cub, and my cat's been friends with it. And my cat's just really quite comfortable and confident. And this fox is like really, it's really big now, which is why I'm just checking it's not like the mama or the papa bear fox. It's divinely beautiful. It actually wants to come into the garden. I'm going to open the door for my cat. You coming in? Oh, Foxy. Come on. Are you coming? Okay. All right, I'm going to leave the door open. Sorry for that. I just had to check what was going on. But but she seems to be holding her own out there. It's amazing, this fox. Okay, here I am again. Where was I? Yeah. I was saying the energy of this integrity, this heaviness in our root chakra, in our sacral chakra, this red energy is liberated and freed with the sense of forgiveness. Forgiveness, acceptance, compassion was the next one. Compassion and forgiveness. And then we had earth force, which is quite a different card in the set that we've just pulled. The earth force. We've been talking about the energies of these pyramids, the electromagnetic field of the planet, the north and south poles. And I don't know if you can see that, but in the foreground, in the base, there is a crop circle that's been carved into the ground and into the cornfield. And look, it's got the north and south pole marked. It's got like the north and south pointers marked. The energy, and that's Raphael. That's the energy of Raphael, who's very much a heart energy vibration. Zevikiel was compassion. Haniel, for the third time, we had him willpower, hope, and integrity. I mean, unbelievable. So it's now 3:52. What do I want to do to bring this beautiful energy to a close? I'm feeling like I'm going to leave all these angel cards here out. And I'll put all of this away later. It's interesting. Maybe we'll just take one more sigil, because we got one sigil and then we had like 9 angels. So let's balance this a little bit and just bring some more angel heart sigils and mystical symbols out. What other mystical symbols on this lunar eclipse, on this Sagittarius full moon of fire? I mean, Sagittarius moon in itself. Sagittarius full moon, Sagittarius fire. Quite masculine. Obviously, fire is a masculine element. Not saying that Sagittarius is all masculine. But Sagittarius is the centaur. And centaurs are very often depicted as masculine. I've just drawn a centaur for my Sagittarius here. You can see that. Probably not very well for some of you. But yeah, here's my centaur for Sagittarius. And I've drawn this as a feminine energy. And you can go and check out all my images and models that I've created in the posts on my Facebook and my Instagram, if you are keen. What do I do with that deck? Over here. So yeah, you can go and have a closer look at the images that I've created. I'm wondering if there's anything else I feel like, I mean, I could just keep pulling cards. I really could. And there's so much divine, sacred, feminine energy that we still haven't really explored to its fullest. So definitely, I'm going to keep going with this series. It will be, it just so happens that each of these has occurred, or I have, you know, aligned these readings, these stories, chapters of the story with astronomical or astrological important events. And they've just, okay, we've just got some more cards, all quite interesting. Yeah, so the next episode, episode 5, will definitely be on some kind of significant astral event. I don't know what that will be. We shall see. We shall wait for it to emerge and occur to us. The timing will be right, whatever. So look out for that. I will keep everyone updated about when I'm going to do the next episode. Because each time we do one of these, it just takes on a life of its own. I've been sat here talking for almost 4 hours. And I could keep talking. I could just keep going. Every time I pull a card, it brings another strand. We grow another little branch on the tree. We put another root down into the ground, and we just find all this messages and wisdom whizzing up the tree of life. So there is no end to the fun we could have here, which in a way is kind of why I'm going to pull it to a close at 4 hours, because I know I could go on and I want to keep some semblance, and I feel that we've pulled things into a really nice balance. We've just got all these balancing energies of the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine, going within, so you can manifest out without, understanding the reflection of what you create internally, you are putting out into the universe, and that which you put out into the universe is reflected right back to you. What you feel in your heart and heal will heal on the outside as well. So just recognize that sense of power that we hold. If we can manifest real changes in our reality in the outside world with what we feel and think inside, think about how different the world might be if we really all knew how to harness that energy. At the moment, even those that are working within these amazing fields and practices and are exposed and, you know, in tune with these wisdoms and knowledges coming down, we are still babes in the wood. We are still on this beautiful, glorious journey of discovery, and we just keep discovering. And I'm going to shut that door because I'm getting really cold. Sorry, Kitty. I'm going out again. We are all just we are all just reflections of what is happening on the inside and the outside, in the solar system, to the planet, to the human body, is one reflection. Can't continue live video. Okay. It looks like my Facebook Live has just died. I don't know why. Considering we're about to finish, I'm not going to start Facebook Live again. I suppose it doesn't really matter. So right at the end there, I lost Facebook. I'm really sorry. Annoying time to lose because I was just about to finish. But I've brought you back so that if anyone was really keen, I know I saw three of my friends are on Facebook. So, and now it looks like Instagram has also, okay. I'm not sure. I think Instagram is having storage problems with my iPad. Okay, well, clearly Spirit is telling us that it is time to wrap up this beautiful story. But for the last, as we go beautifully into 4 perfect hours, it is 11 minutes past 12. So it is 0011 on my clock, and it is 4 on the other clock. And the last 4 cards that came out of this deck, very, very beautiful. As we talk about love and we talk about how much compassion and support and loving energy and healing that the world needs right now, let's bring this time of contemplation when we do go within to bring energy of wishes and prayers and love for everyone who is in the immediate community that we live in, the immediate family that we call our own, and then that wider community of the area that you live, the country that you live, the world that you live in. Recognize that if you feel a sense of needing healing or calming or love in any area or aspect of your life, then recognize that that is reflected right out there in the real world, that all these other people are feeling just the same. And we all have those little sore points, those little sore places that need healing. And, maybe some beautiful soul is going to send you good vibrations and send out healing and love for your heart. And you will be able to take that beautiful energy and reciprocate that love and that mutual consciousness that we all tap into, we all dive into. So as you do that work, take on some of these ideas and energies into yourself and allow them to reverberate around your being, around your spirit body, your physical body, your energy body, your emotional body, your mental body, and your etheric body. We had the Mona Lisa from Raziel, Enigma. Mona Lisa's always been sacred feminine, very misunderstood. The enigma, the misunderstood smile. What was she smiling about? What was that smile that captivated the world? It's because it represented an inner world. For the first time, the Mona Lisa, Michelangelo painted Mona Lisa and was able to represent through her facial expression that she's kind of having a bit of an inner joke. She's having some inner dialogue that she's chuckling to herself about. And this was a huge aspect for the Renaissance, that, representing that we have an inner world where we can be divinely happy and engaged and engrossed without any recourse to the outside world. And that's what she represents. Mona Lisa represents the sacred feminine. She represents the intuition, the internal going within, the feminine watery journey. We then had devotion. Devotion devotion to love, devotion to spirit, devotion to knowledge, devotion to the quest. Raziel again. So Raziel gives us devotion and enigma. I love that. And then we have two Zs, Zadikel and Zafikel. Zafkiel and Zadkiel, sorry, who bring us euphoria and pleasure. And look at that. The blue of the moon, the orange of the sun, and we had pleasure in the moon at the beginning. So I feel like this is a little nod to those actual twin flames who are coming into union. There's some passion and devotion and pleasure coming your way, coming all of our way. And, you know, after all these beautiful balancing scales of masculine, feminine, sun and the moon, this is where we end with a bit of nookie is what came to mind. And it might not be that for everybody. It's something we can all enjoy in thought and desire, as well as in the real world. And, you know, let's just remember what beautiful gifts the feminine and the masculine have to offer us, and how we can use that to strengthen our sense of our internal self, our internal world, our internal feminine and masculine, who are just dying to get out, dying to come into union. Let's give them their dream. Let's give them their desire. Let's give our body all that healing. Let's give our hearts all that peace. And remember that your heart and your emotions, let's say your sacral tummy and your heart are like an amplifier. They're like a speaker. Think of them like a speaker, and think that anything you hold in your heart, like this beautiful song you have in your heart and your emotions, is a speaker, and it amplifies out. You absorb energy and you amplify it back out again. And you can be a love beacon. You can be a love speaker to the world. You just have to feel it in here, connect with it here, in your mind's eye, in your third eye, and love those feminine and masculine aspects of yourself. Nurture them, strengthen them. Exercise the muscle, and you will become very, very attuned. Don't take my word for it. Go and try this. Shut your eyes, focus on your breathing. Do the orientation with north and south. Put good things into your body, good things into your mind, good things into your heart, and you will be surrounded by that energy and create a love beacon, lighthouse energy to the whole of Gaia and the whole of the planet. We all need it so desperately right now. And we cannot do this alone. We are all in this together. We all must do this journey together. Some of us are here to simply be the first ones up on the dance floor so that we can invite you all up to dance. You know that. You know, no one wants to dance at the beginning until that one person jumps out on the dance floor and, you know, has the bravery to do it. And then suddenly everyone's on the dance floor. So take this as my invitation to you to the dance. Come and dance. Come and be part of this energetic field that we're all having an amazing old time in. This is This is a new world that I love with all my heart, and I love all of you with all my heart. And I thank you so much for staying with me. It is 4 hours and 10 minutes. I am going to call this beautiful reading done for now, for today. We are not done in our story, and the feminine and masculine are certainly not done in their telling. But that's a story for another day. So, my beautiful ones, take good care of yourselves, take good care of your hearts, take good care of each other. We are all we've got, and that's a lot. And I thank you, I bless you, I send you my love, my light, my healing. You're all amazing, you're all perfect, you're all just stunning, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again next time. Thanks so much. I will see you soon. This is Sasha signing off. Namaste. Amen. And alhamdulillah. Bye, guys. See you soon.